Ba! 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 Computer, why did you decide? Why did you decide that my microphone wasn't my microphone? Why? Ba, 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 ba. So today we are playing Best Time to Catch It. You guys, yeah! Yep, right at the beginning. I sat down, I was hanging out. I'm gonna try to push myself to jump a little bit later. And I'm like, please. But I'm also just kind of watching just to be like, why does my following not show everyone who's actually live? Yeah. So waiting. Today's gonna be fun. Today's gonna be very fun. I'm very, very excited. Because I'm just like, okay. We are waiting just a little bit for advertisements to run. But also just like... I am wondering about a thing. Waiting for advertisements. Ah! Yes. Thank you for giving me the approval to co-stream. I have my stream going on. I'm about...
So what's the
Yeah.
Nintendo 64 thing that's going to happen?
Yeah.
Yep.
What are you doing?
The Nintendo 64 thing. I am gonna go quickly to my actual, like, stream screen. And it's like... No, I'm playing Zelda just like you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What Zelda?
You know, very much related to what Rackley's doing.
Other than you appear to be playing a European ROM?
Yeah, I mean, it's what I got off of the internet.
Okay.
I do knock. I can't knock on you.
Playing with an official N64 controller, please hold it like this. Okay.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to play this, so I'm gonna stop watching. Because I don't want to be spoiled.
I just wanted you to be aware and for you to be let on a little bit. I'm gonna jump over to my own Discord now.
Okay. Have fun and you catch those crooks.
Yeah. And for everyone in Wackley's chat, look forward to the point in the future, whenever that is, of Wackley playing Hero of Law.
Yes.
Okay, see you later. Ah.
See you.
So yeah, I N64 game, don't you know? Kim auto saves after each scene. Do not turn off your console while the saving icon is just. Got it. So quiet. You think they forgot? I have nom-noms. Forget our royal visitation. No one could make such a blunder, princess. Well, I thought you just go in then. Hi, Zelda. Oh! And you! You've got a murder! Defendant lobby. Oh. I suppose I could do a little bit of explanation for what each entry on the poll was. So, for those who don't know, each Friday before I do a stream, I do a poll to see what I will be doing for stream. This poll had the options N64, which won, GameCube, Platformer, Scary, Silksong, and Humphreys. N64 was Hero of Law. GameCube was Billy Hatcher. Platformer is Psy Cutlery. Scary is Observer. Silksong is Silksong. And Humphreys. Humphreys is a little different. See, something that I noticed while I was like thinking, okay, what am I gonna put on the poll? Is that the creator Luke Humphrey recently put up like a repository of just basically just straight animation. None of the dubbing. So no voices. Just none of the dubbing for like his most famous creations. With the challenge to people, hey, dub this in whatever language you want, including English. Just tell me. So if Humphreys had won, I'll be spending this stream dubbing over Luke Humphreys videos. That's what the option was. So, both, like, the N64 option was a mislead. It's an N64 fan game, not unofficially released N64 game. And, Humphreys was not a game at all. It was going to be live dubbing. And, as always, Silksong is Silksong. Yay! Anyways. March 17th, 9:37 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Yeah! No, I'm actually gonna read. I can check the court record. Attorney's badge. Oh! That's the attorney's badge. Let's go! Proves that I can stand in court as an attorney. Milan, my longtime friend and the defendant in this case. Callan, the victim, owner of Lon Lon Ranch, and Milan's loving father. Why is B mapped to the X? Fine. You think that after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. So why am I shaking? Yeah. Guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Yeah. Random aside, I'm just like... I'm ripping apart some perforated stuff, so... Timmy. He goes, bar. Come on. Gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though. Where is she, anyway? Hang on. Let's see if Hero of Law is actually a category. There's Hero of War, Hero of Legend, Hero of Magic. Nah, it's just gonna have to go on Retro. Okay. Where is she, anyway? Hey, you! Over there! Huh? What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. B being X. On your 64 controller, the B button is to the left of and above the A button. Oh, that makes sense! Okay. But it will be soon, right? But you happen to know why my client isn't here yet. I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so... I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Wahaha! Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. He wanted to talk to her as well. Are we talking about Ganondorf? Is Ganondorf the prosecutor? What? Yeah. Why? Okay, if it is... I'm taking Nom Nom. If the prosecutor is Ganondorf, I will be taking another Nom. What is up with this guy? Bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this? Not to worry, she'll definitely be here before the trial. Great, that'll be a joyous 5 minutes into it. But there's nothing I could do but wait. Sometime later. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Ah, see? There she is. No need to get all worked up. Hi, Milan. Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Milan. Ever since we met in Harrow Castle Town all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. Everything's fine. Why do you look so worried? Well... How did the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yes, the investigation. I found tons of, groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag! What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. What? You're kidding me. You can't explain in detail what'll happen to me if I'm found guilty. Oh, wait, hang on. I did not intend to do that, I'm sorry. Doesn't sound like a final discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. Probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk. Believe in me, right? I didn't do it, I never. Of course I believe you. Well, of course I believe you. Of course I believe you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. That you've got there. Oh, this is just a pictograph of father I carry around. I just can't believe he's gone. I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. Not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for the trial. Oh, how so? Well, you look so happy together. I can present it to you, show that you two had a great relationship. Really really think so? Well, here you go then. Lon's pictograph added to the court record. I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. Nice. Like happy. There's a horse, there's a Epona, and then there's the brother. Oh, wait, you shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, the trial is starting. Defendant, attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Uh-oh, shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright, everything will be fine. The prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since it began, but sooner or later, his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. My name is Slink. I've been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. Yay! I've won my fair share of cases, and lost them too, but this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Milan's life, I've got to find out who did this to Talon. Talon, he was always so kind, he didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this. Yeah! Okay, nom nom. Prosecutor is Ganondorf. Let's go. Let's heckin' go. I would have laughed so hard if the prosecutor was just Edgeworth. Like, everything else was from Zelda, but prosecutor is just Edgeworth. That would have been great. You know who the judge is? Rauru. Stage of Light. Am I right? I think that's Rauru, right? Court is now in session for the trial of Milan Vlonlon Branch. And also the L. Yeah! The defense is ready, Your Honor! Yes! The outfit! Oh, that outfit is great. Dragmire. So they're not just calling you Ganondorf, they're calling you Dragmire. I wonder if that's going to be an important plot detail. I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking? Pitting me against some pathetic kid. Pathetic kid? What gives it the right to... Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile one. What the heck? For long the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? No. This court is no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems ready as well, let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it. It's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. All so she could have the ranch to herself. Dang! Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you, you greedy little rat? I'm looking at the audience and like... Milan's sisters there. Your Honor, You can't allow this man to verbally abuse a defendant like this. Objection. Ah, she committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets. I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. Bah! I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that? He's Ganondorf. Yay! Oh my gosh, it is Ganondorf. They just put the last name like Edgeworth. Great. Wait, does that mean you have a different first name, Link? And Link is just your last name? Ganondorf Dragmire. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently, he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the King of Evil. Okay, let's hope this doesn't speed up, but I'm gonna try another hockey. Definitely has that look, at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? Very well. Please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Impa? Maybe. Detective. Who would the detective be? I'm just thinking quickly. The detective could be an enemy, like a Stalfos. It could be the Iron Knuckle. It could also be Darunia. I can see Darunia being the detective here. Or maybe a different stage. Maybe Impa, maybe Darunia, maybe an Iron Knuckle or a Stalfos. Nabooru? I could be Nabooru, yeah. Yes! It's Impa. Okay. Bring Impa of the Sheikah Force to the stand. Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa, she's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Let her have made a mistake just once. Hecking love Link's animations. Let's go! Alright, state your name and whatever it is you pretend to do. Her outfit is the exact same. Except they gave her a trench coat and a bowler hat. Let's go. Never change, do you, prosecutor? Any possible change would be for the worse. Oh my gosh. Now, stop wasting time. Name an occupation. Oh man. Very well. I'm Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. The Sheikah Force. Two for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking! You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. I suppose suppose I could do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look.
Please go ahead, Detective.
The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the home... You just break out a knife? I mean, I guess that makes sense, but what the heck? The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house.
A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I've seen the man around Castletown a number of times, delivering goods.
Quite. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard, who were there on official business. Okay.
Official business? What kind?
As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it is operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year.
I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, Detective.
I didn't know when it happened. When the Sheikah force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Oh yeah, it had to be recent, I guess, if Talon was bleeding out. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. Okay. After thorough investigation, we arrested her as she was deemed the only possible culprit. Okay. That about covers the gist of what happened. So you didn't look around for, I don't know, whoever knocked Malin out? That seems important. The perfect time to leave a setup. Ah, yeah, it happened at the perfect time to leave a setup.
Very nice and succinct. Keep that up and perhaps you will keep your job. Oh ho! I don't think the good detective here has to worry much about that, given she is the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this?
Try to speak with old man voice Vexion.
Were the other detectives unavailable?
Ah, that would be because I have been assigned to this case by order of the King of Hyrule himself.
The king himself assigned you? That doesn't happen very often, does it?
Okay, let's see. Do I have anything new in the court record? Oh, I do! Age 27. Oh! Okay, so... Link and Malin are, like, probably around the same age, so they're probably both 27 here. Judge age... Charlie Maddie, who's presided over some of my cases. Ganondorf Dragmar, age 59. Dang, that feels incredibly accurate to Ganondorf, actually. More accurate than the original game. Probably had him as, like, I don't know, 20. What is with video games and always skewing the characters' ages way too young? Like, I don't know. And by age 34. That seems accurate too! Head of detective, assigned to investigate this case. Okay. You are correct, Your Honor. I'm not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the king felt it necessary because of who was involved. Ah, frick. Now I'm thinking about, like, Peppered. How one of the big reveals is, like, the police woman chief is, like, only 22 and feels overwhelmed. And it's like, that is accurate. That is accurate. Only 22, you've just barely got, like, your professional life started. It's like, whew.
Who is involved? Is the death of a ranch worker?
Every time, old voice makes me yawn. Man.
Isn't just a ranch worker really such a concern for the king?
Well, as I said, Lowland Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. Oh? I imagine the king wanted the top investigators on the job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. Yeah! First of all, the gavel has a symbol on it, the sigil. Yes, you can add that. You can add that, Ryan. But second of all, it's this freaking song. You can add that quote, Ryan. Oh, I love this music here. Okay.
Order! I will have order! The royal princess, Zelda, witnessed the crime! Ah, and there you have it. This case rides on the princess's own words. To doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty.
This is bad. I can't really object to that. Also, let's get a vibe check real quick. Exclamation mark quote if someone in chat wouldn't mind. Ooh. Wait. I made multiple extreme dances of judgment. Yeah. I really object to that. So the funny thing is that, in a different window, I'm just watching Markley play Ocarina of Time, and I'm like, I'm just like, strong, confidently, one window, and in this window,
Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested.
okay, the motive is very, very loose. Witness testimony. I also love how everything's in Hylian. It's with regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. All the stuff is written in Hylian. Which I believe is loosely based on Japanese katakana? Or at least, like, for Ocarina of Time, I think. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch. The victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. Oh boy, I wonder who that is. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. That testimony symbol looks more like kanji than katakana. Okay. So, loosely based on kanji. But it's not direct. I think it's like... it's basically a fake language. Seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report. It's using the asset of, like, Zelda's letter. Let's go. Performed by the Crown's top coroner. Yeah! Here's how we determined to be the murder weapon, which he took from the defendant's own hands. I forget what that is in the game. But I guess for the now, it's a saw. Sure we had the correct weapon. We conducted a very thorough investigation. Oh, Keep a regular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. And supposed murder weapon found in Milan's hands, clean of blood, you say? Yeah? Clean of blood? Okay. Okay. Oh, I can press A to view it. Oh yeah, that's the picture. Got it. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. Yeah. That does sound quite compelling. Okay, let's see. Ah! Yep, so we have rakes, garden hose, buckets, hammers, knives. One wood saw. Okay. Saddles, horseshoes, lots of horseshoes. Axes, Harry's little broom. Scythes, shovels, flails. Oh, yeah, flails, horses. Shovels, post pounders, drag harrows, water hoses. Do they have running water in Hyrule? Wheelbarrows, horse carts, towing harnesses, cow nose ring. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defendant's viciousness. Ugh. Going to paint Milan as some heartless monster. There's one more thing I feel I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipment. Of course, business must go on. Katakana in Katakana looks like this. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess it does look more like kanji. Okay. Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? The shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. Oh! Ooh. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally. Who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, cracked all the boxes, opened to check what was inside. And it did turn out to only be milk bottles, so I let them through. Very well. Thank you for the thoroughness, detective. So, what happens now? Okay, do I have enough evidence to have an idea of what happened? Possibly. Let's see what. So the brother is Inigo, who would have been like the other worker being there. Keep a regular wound, sharp metal object. Okay. So it says there's exactly one wood saw. There are 6 knives, but that's not going to make an irregular wound. There are 3 axes, which I guess, could. But I guess, like, the garden hose, the flails, and the scythes could make irregular wounds. With the hose, the scythe, with the hose and the hot scythes being a sharp metal object. There's also the possibility that the wood saw was planted on Milan. After all, she was found unconscious. Which does suggest that, like, she didn't just fall asleep at the scene of the crime. But she was knocked out. Also, this detail pops out to me as something, like, important. Supposed murder weapon. Found in Milan's hands, clean of blood. And everyone keeps saying, you know, it was found, like, with blood all over it. But in the description, it's clean of blood, which is a little bit interesting. Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Ah, great. How does that work? Huh? Can you explain what you're going to be doing? Can't hurt to go over this again. Sure. Oh, I love these songs. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love this so freaking much. I'm loving this. Okay. Witnesses will repeat their testimony. I'll be able to scroll back and forth through individual statements by pressing A and B or the D-pad or control stick. So just repeat it as many times as you want? That's right. I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want more info about something, I can use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question. Real them for info! Yep. Since the witness has to come up with an answer on the spot, if they're lying, prompting for info can make them slip up. Most importantly, though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press R to bring up the court record. The court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? Yes, I can open it at any time if I need to recheck the facts. After choosing to contradict the item, I'll press up on the C stick to raise an objection and present my doubts to the court. Oh, and I can not only present evidence, but profiles as well. Oh! That is an important detail. That is a really important detail. Okay, because you can't normally do that in Ace Attorney games, so it had, like, left my mind. I have played Ace Attorney games before. Not on stream, but I have played them. Lon's loving father. Ganondorf. And Impa. Okay. Profiles? Court record contains a list of all the people involved, too. I can switch between evidence and profiles with R. I need to review what's been said recently. I can also press start to see history of messages. Yeah! Ah, I see. That makes sense.
Is the defense done whispering?
Haha, sorry. He's so upset about it. Why doesn't he just press right on this music to skip ahead? Nice. The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness.
Ah, a waste of time. I sincerely hope you're not implying that standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmeyer. In any case, we're ready. Defense, please begin the cross-examination.
I would have laughed so hard if the prosecution was just Edgeworth. That would be great. For us, okay. All evidence points. We determined the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There are only 3 people on the ranch, the victim, defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. Who is the worker? Hi! 3 people, you say? I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Oh, it's not Inigo, it's Ingo. Got it. I added an I in there.
Objection! I was happy before you start getting too excited. You gotta listen to the rest of what the detective said. You notice she mentioned an alibi.
What is the alibi? Indeed, we're pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is this alibi then? Yeah. You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipment. Ah! Well, the worker, Ingo, was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning and was busy preparing the shipments after that. That's so. Surely he could have gone away from that one for one really quick little murder.
Objection! Bah, this wouldn't just be a quick little murder as you so crudely put it.
He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement too.
There's definitely not enough time for that.
Fortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them all in the crates, and finally load it all up onto a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When you checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled mixed milk bottles. This Ingo was able to do the work of 2 people on his own? Isn't that a bit odd?
Objection! Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly he's a man dedicated to his job. Or perhaps the coroner and father are just very inefficient.
The whole thing seems awfully suspicious, if you ask me. Yeah. But I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. Okay. So, this is here as, like, the alibi for Ingo. Friend was found unconscious running from the victim who's bleeding on the floor. Okay, let's press on this. I did have questions about this too. Milan fainted. Correct. Couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Eventually, we decided to administer a healing fairy so she'd be questioned. I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh? I don't think it was finding the body.
Ah! Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had barely found the body.
In any event. Okay, so... he was holding a weapon. Okay. How can I be so sure of this? Nope, Link, that's not what it... Look at the autopsy report.
Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal on.
He's just holding it! What the heck? Saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. Oh? And as I've already mentioned, we also closely at all of the sharp things on the ranch. None had recent blood on them. That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hit the real one.
Oh yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon.
Oh, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw. Clean of blood.
So you have nothing? What a waste of time.
Wait, no, I didn't mean to press, but it's fine. She sure is. We've known each other for years.
Yes, she murdered her father in cold blood. Now curious.
Dag nabbit. Okay.
Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you.
No way! Just give me some time and I'm going to prove it. Do you see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Really? That's great. There is, because I've got to poke all the holes I can't find before the princess gets here. Yeah. Oh, it gives little check marks for everything you've pressed. Nice. What makes you think she's a culprit?
Objection! She's just about to tell you. Keep quiet and listen.
Right, sorry. Indeed, as I was saying. Okay, yeah. Just how did you do that? Quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we respect the trail vent leading to the scene. Couldn't the killer have just cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lon Lon Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Actually, we found nothing of the sort.
Bah! There wouldn't have enough time to pull that off anyway.
Likely true.
Likely true.
Right, sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. Bah. Huh. This seems like a fairly large oversight. I want to make sure of something. The state the saw is currently in is how you found it at the crime scene? That's correct. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder? Oh my... Oh, the music. The music. I'm loving the music. Oh my gosh. I'm loving the music. Let's go. Yeah.
What? Is that all you have?
Uh-oh.
Actually, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean.
Oh.
Behold, this clause was found in the defendant's other hand.
Frick.
As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement.
If Ballade was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene?
Ah. Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrives at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look as she just stumbled upon the scene.
God.
Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now.
The court accepts the bloody cloth into evidence. Yay! So, what's the story with this cloth? Found clutched by Milan at the crime scene. Suppose she wiped the saw clean. Well, as I was doing a fire check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. I'm not entirely sure where that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy. Right. Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new reel by myself to patch it up. Then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. Oh, goddesses, are you okay? Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot, though, so I used a cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going to the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence.
Ah, a likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah Force had to use a fairy on the dependent to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. I do have to give her some credit. She's one cunning woman.
Oh yeah, the fairy would have healed the wound. Frick.
She knew that would explain the sudden lack of any wound on her hand.
No?
Oh ho! Why yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day I slammed my hand with the gavel and one took the pain off immediately.
Wow, so you're just using fairies like potions. Got it. Great, glad to know they're used for such important things. Link uses them, you know, to not die. But dang it, too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. Yeah?
I do believe this matter has been settled. I may call my next witness.
Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of her? Yeah.
You served your purpose, Sheikah. Begone!
Fine. But you had best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see to it they spend the night in the dungeons.
Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude will be nothing but comfort for me.
That's so. Then perhaps you should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion. The glaring daggers at each other. This doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble.
Order, order!
Every time. Every time.
I'm sure we'll treat the princess with the utmost respect. You may step down, detective. This curse has already made me weary with all the pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness, Princess Hilda of Hyrule, to the stand.
Is something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden?
Ah, Your Highness.
I believe we're all just a bit unsure on how to proceed.
It is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls. Bah! In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant.
Really?
Name an occupation, now!
The prosecution will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess.
Derogatory! I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure.
Oh man. That's alright, detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. Ah! I'm spinning! Ah! Ah! I'm also getting smaller. Ah! Oh, fine. Frick. Understand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment.
Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. Frick.
I am standing on the text box.
I clear with today when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. Frick.
You flatter me, prosecutor. almost as much as these ads flatter me. I'm in the popcorn. No. Oh yeah, I am sucking into the ground now. Anyways. You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then. I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current Princess of Ruler and heir apparent to the throne.
Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at London Ranch to witness this terrible incident?
It's simple, really. London Ranch is Hyrule Castle's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's Royal Guard with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steed. Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the... Actually, no, hang on. Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the Royal Guard. Yep. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Father loved to boast about it to the other ranch owner. Lots of annual visits. Lots of annual visits. Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did.
How unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the Crown's high standards under new management.
The royal family has a backup plan just... What the... Ganondorf, come on. We are looking for one. Actually, the standards are quite high.
Yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw the day of the incident.
Also, I would note that the Princess Zelda used here is the young one. It's the model for the young Zelda, but it's the model for the older Link, and that I find interesting. Makes me wonder. Age 14. Wow. So, dang, okay, they are using the younger Zelda, and they're straight up saying Zelda is significantly younger than Link, who's probably on par with Malon and closer to 27. Got it. Very well. Here I go. Witness testimony. Behind the door. I arrived at London Ranch a little after 8 a.m., accompanied by my loyal guards. Okay, so that does match up with the time of the murder, which was at no later than 8 a.m., so yeah, obviously. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. Well then. Immediate. Guess what? There should have been milk shipments being prepared. Line between the older and younger Zelda's view. Actually, yeah, that does make sense. I don't remember the model for like the younger Zelda, so this could just be the younger Zelda model. But it could be a mix. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There's a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. The young one didn't have long hair. Ah! That is true, okay. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear, and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. Alderman has different facial proportions. Yeah. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence.
What?
What?
Oh my, you saw the very moment the victim was killed.
Oh, this wasn't what you discussed, is it, Ganondorf?
There you go. Decisive testimony. As there's no need to doubt the prince's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away.
Oh my gosh! Wait a second, wait a gosh darn second. Hey, now, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet.
You haven't, fool, because there's no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said?
Objection! Did you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defense's right.
You complain. I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying.
I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I've only ever read about court procedures in the Leroy Library.
That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess. Is that clear?
Naturally, Your Honor. I'm going to cross-examine the princess. This isn't going to end well. Oh, it is not. What's getting into the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst.
He noticed there was something wrong.
Well, I do have a guess. Oh, because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmar didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. Ah, that might mean that this testimony is a surprise even to him. Give you my chance.
Yeah. Before we begin, there's just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene.
Yeah.
That would be this.
Ganondorf, stop pocketing everything. Come on. Why, yes, that's exactly it. Now why does he have that in his pocket? This isn't Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. The defense and the prosecutor shouldn't just have evidence sitting in their pocket. What is that? Oh, this is bottle of perfume that father intended to gift to Her Highness when she arrived. They quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before. Oh! That is important information. Oh, how thoughtful! He really did not need to bother himself so!
As fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the...
I believe it's relevant. Ah! Get that full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence.
Bah! Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy. No skin off my teeth. In that case, the court accepts this evidence into this bottle into evidence. This evidence into bottle.
Perfume bottle. Court record added to the perfume bottle.
Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination.
Examination cross. The door behind the scene. Okay, so immediately just before the crime. So what this does is it significantly tightens the amount of time that could have passed between. Does it? and the murder. Right? So it tightens the frame of which we're looking at for the possible murder. Down from like no later than 8 all the way to like at like I guess less than 2 hours before the crime, because it was like just 2 hours before like the crime was discovered. This proves that Talon was alive and rode out the town. So that's an important detail. So something I'm beginning to pick up on. Just pieces of information I'm beginning to pick up on at this particular moment. Includes this link to my live 2D, like my VGen, where you can go check out like services for modeling a live 2D TV model. I figured out how to put it in somewhere that I just like, I'm gonna put it in now. Okay, putting that aside, thinking about this. So this tightens the time frame. In addition, Zelda said nobody was there, nobody came out to greet her. So where the heck was Ingo? Ingo was supposed to be preparing the milk shipments at that time. Why was he not there? And the bloody cloth, which refers to a broken post. A broken post that, like, Lon went to Talon to fix, right? I've noticed that nobody's mentioned the broken post yet, and I'm wondering if it got fixed. I don't doubt Malon. But if it got fixed, it would have been by Ingo. So that's what I'm thinking happened. In addition to that, I want to recheck the inventory. Yep. Just what I thought. The important part of the inventory is at the top left. Date 15th of March. Yeah, that makes sense. That was a couple days ago, presumably day of the murder. Name, Ingo. Ingo is the one who did the ranch inventory. Ingo was supposed to be there and could have gone to greet the princess if he was there. And Ingo, like, I solidly think that, like, Ingo either did it or is in allegiance with whoever did it. So the salve was found clean of blood. There's a bloody cloth. This picture. To This picture has Talon looking at Melon, very happy, them being happy together, horse running in the background, Epona to the right. But then we have Ingo, not necessarily looking happy. So yeah. Other than that, like... The question I'm still having is, why was Malon unconscious? Like, was it seeing her father dead and she passed out? Like, fainted? I don't think so, actually. And here's why I don't think so. Impa had said earlier that they were only able to get, Melon back to consciousness by healing her with a fairy. And if fairies, like, heal all wounds, then... maybe. Just maybe. She had ended up downplaying her too much, like it was bleeding a lot. So the idea here would be that Malon nearly died of blood loss. Had ended up cleaning the knife, was still bleeding, just like with the rag in her hand, so she was bleeding into the rag. Found her father, was already like low on blood, ended up passing out, and the only reason she was able to get back up was because of the fairy, right? Yeah. Either that or Ingo had actually, like, secretly knocked her out. Thus making it so that he wouldn't have gotten back up without a fairy. So we know Ingo made the inventory. Ingo should have been there, but wasn't. We had the bloodied cloth to show that Milan was, like, losing a lot of blood. You have the perfume to severely tighten the time frame in which in which Talon would have been killed. So died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. because that's when the body was discovered. And because of the perfume bottle, we know that it would have been no earlier than 6 a.m. Okay. So the death had to have happened between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Ingo was supposed to be there preparing the milk crates, but when the princess visited, Ingo was not in view and did not greet the princess. Malon supposedly cut herself and was losing a ton of blood. And the thing is, I say supposedly because we're getting that story from Malon. So, yeah. And the ranch inventory supposedly doesn't list anything that would have had the, like, weapon on it. Excusing the fact that, like, you know, the rag trick would have worked on, like, anything. This inventory was made by Ingo. So I don't fully trust it. I think this particular photograph is going to be used as proof for how the post should look in the background. Like, maybe for a relationship between Malon and Talon, but possibly for what everything looks in the background. I'm also thinking that maybe they're going to pull some, like, a plot line from Ocarina of Time, being that Ganondorf wanted Epona. And so there could be a line of reasoning of, like, Ganondorf going, "This was my horse." And then we get to see, no, that's actually very sketchy. That's everything I have so far. That's press. If these guards were with Her Highness, why were they not called as witnesses? Didn't question the guards, naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything relevant. I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed inside until the Sheikah force arrived. Good instincts. I've read that preserving the scene is vital. Good instincts. Quite correct. The guards were absolutely thrilled with this order. Please proceed, witness. I'm very big surprised at how quiet everything was. There's nobody there to welcome us. This is the important one. Have you conducted these royal visitations past, Royal Highness? No. This is my first one. Until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. Ah, frick. I suppose we do have to ask, like, the question of, is that normal procedure? However, she decided I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that await me. And so I was to do it this time. You will doubtlessly perform admirably as ruler when the time comes. What happened when you got to the ranch house? Okay. So, my current theory is, like, present milk crates on statement 2, because Ingo is supposed to be there. I can sense that something goes wrong. I open the door to the ranch. Okay. And? What then? Stop interrupting and let her get to the point. Defense, I believe I was clear about not badgering the witness. Chat, I need to calm down. No, you need to keep going. It was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. Yep, that would be the perfume. Pay attention to something like that after seeing a murder princess? Yeah. Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Plus, the bottle was quite beautiful. It just stood out. Okay. Terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant okay. I do wonder about this. Were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness? That is correct. Impossible. You're lying. Defendant a Kerberopers. You're addressing royalty. Really bad. What now? Accused of the crime! Yeah, so what actually makes sense to do here? ba, ba. About the crime scene, about what was outside. I think what was outside is going to be important because what was outside should be milk crates. Ask about the crime scene. We've already seen the stuff about the crystal bottle. And ask about what was outside, actually. Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the front, Your Highness? Yeah, there we go. No, the place looked empty. There we go. Although, I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking about milk shipments. Oh. Nope, there we aren't. There we aren't. Frick. It caused a little scene with the Shaken Force started inspecting it. Worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. Yeah. The ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. Okay. Quite understandable. She would not see him until later. Trat, this really does give me a whole lot to work with. But ask something else? Accused of the crime! Ah. Nope. Ask about the crime scene. Wouldn't it be like... It would be pretty fun if, like, Zelda is the perpetrator. That would be awesome, actually. Where were the victim and the defendant at this time? The ranch owner was in front of a little table that's directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after our attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right.
It's unfortunate, as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Hang on.
Nope, that just says died from loss of blood. Actually, hang on. The saw doesn't make sense with this testimony. Because if Princess Zelda was there and directly saw the murder, and Malon, like, fainted immediately after the attack, or shortly after the attack, Malon wouldn't have time to clean the murder weapon. Which means the whole story about, like, that Ganondorf gave to us of the bloodied cloth being used to clean the saw falls to pieces. Because Malon wouldn't have had time to clean the saw before fainting.
Now, please continue.
That's what was accused still of the crime. No, that's enough. I just like I kind of want to. It'd be funny. It'd be really funny. I would very much enjoy it. Ah, frick, I wanna see. Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it?
Accusing the princess? Pathetic.
The defense is truly grasping at straws.
You fool.
You think a child could overpower a grown adult, one who does hard manual labor every day? That is a very good point.
Besides, why would the princess even want to take the life of a measly ranch owner?
Not just any ranch owner, one that the crown had a most successful business relationship with. But to be fair, that could be motivation.
Idiotic. Simply idiotic.
Well, maybe the crowd wanted the ranch for themselves.
Where's the defenseless mind? She's the side of questioning immediately.
Perhaps the penalty will just abuse the defense from further unsubstantiated accusations. Oh my gosh, I'm hurt!
No, that perhaps the defense wants to bid farewell to their head. I heard traitors are dealt with swiftly these days.
Accept my most sincere apologies. I don't know what came over me.
Nonetheless, I believe a penalty is still very much warranted.
Yay! I have 4 hearts now! There's definitely something off about her statement, though. Try something else? Yeah. Ra-ta-ta. Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic?
Ah! The princess was very brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There's no need to doubt what she saw.
Yes, I suppose what she did was admirable. If only we had arrived earlier. Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked.
Ah! So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you, huh?
No.
Despicable!
It's not what she meant, and you know it. Princess, please go on. Very well. Okay, let's press this, and then I have 2, points to press to present on, which would be the milk crates on statement 2, and then the saw on statement 5, I think it was? Yeah. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Malin didn't do this.
What nonsense! Her heart? What do her organs have to do with any? Oh, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned just because we feel the defendant must be innocent.
Oh, well, if you're sure, then I declare today's verdict.
Have you got senile?
Well, I'll be sure then.
It was a joke.
Much like the arguments his defense has been presenting. Okay, ready to speed up. There we go. Can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. You don't believe her, right? Even if she's his princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it. To trust authority or your best friend. I need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. Okay, so statement 2, we already had the explanation given of Ingo was all the way on the other side. Alciante here. Yeah, that's true. Malin probably couldn't wipe off the blade while the princess was watching. Yeah! But it's not entirely Okay. There's something much more damning in this testimony. I shouldn't play all my cards this early. Oh my gosh. I have so much. Oh my gosh. This just shot right up in my in my love of it. Because if this was an Ace Attorney game, I would have just gotten a penalty for that. Because Ace Attorney tends to be you didn't present the exact right evidence on the exact right quote. Penalty. Brr. But here, the game is just like, yeah, you're right. But there's something else we want you to do. No penalty. It just gently says, okay, think a little bit differently. And I'm like, ah. Thank you so much, game. This is fantastic. The developers of Ace Attorney could learn a lot from you. Okay, something much more damning though. I have to think. Maybe it wants me to present but a cloth? Yeah, that's true. No, it's just the same. Okay. Okay. The room was mostly empty. This sticks out to me as there's something else here. Something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. I don't think there's anything here I could be sent. Here would be the milk crate. There's exactly one saw in the inventory. Is that damning? Ah! Maybe. I don't see how that directly relates here. Like, Zelda doesn't mention other, like... Zelda doesn't mention other, like, saws in the inventory. Like, in her testimony. But you're right, that is a little bit odd. I cannot believe she would commit violence. I can present profiles. I don't see how presenting a file here would help. I don't see how this can help either. Wait. Wait. Okay. Different possible piece of evidence that's damning. Autopsy report. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. Princess Zelda arrived there at 8 a.m. Or maybe a little after. No! How did he walk in on the murder? Yeah! I get it! Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts.
How dare you question the princess? This is... You will let your defense speak, prosecutor.
I can see why he's so desperate he wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct? Yeah! See, I made the incorrect assumption that the autopsy was given as such because, like, because the visit was at 8 a.m. What? That might not be the case. We are quite a bit early. See, that makes something you mentioned quite impossible. Made by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. Yeah! You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner without because the victim was already dead by then! Yeah! I love this triumphant music, it's great.
Order, order.
Yes, you finally caught her you've really caught her in a lie.
Your Highness, words and mediocres. By wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I'll nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court.
I've not lied, I did not see the exact moment it happened. I solely thought I did. Okay. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. But we saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There's no one else who could have done it. Are all the other details correctly? Body's on the floor of the pool of blood. Wait, hang on. Body's on the floor of the pool of blood, you have to believe. Okay. And let's not tolerate lies in my court. Couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived. Because, yeah.
Perhaps you'll reverse your Highness revises the testimony.
But there's still not enough doubt over time. I'll have to find something else, or this case will be over. Well, we changed it. So that's good. What I actually saw. Nice! Sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. Oh boy, pressing this will be like, you're not sorry. It's like, okay. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. But it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Okay. Miss Fallon and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. Interesting.
I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Your friends, it's time for your cross-examination.
Naturally, Your Honor. Okay. So, we have arrived a little bit after the murder happened. Must have been. There's a lot of must have and like probably, and yeah, that does make this like not easier. That makes this harder to like pinpoint. Quagmire still looks pretty angry. Bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess's testimony would become completely untrustworthy in my eyes as the judge. What I actually saw. Had to press the, but you're not actually sorry. Did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went. I bet this is what I would have to present something on. Or this one. Like 3 and 4 seems like the obvious answers. 4 would be something relating to Mr. Ingo. And then 3 would be something about like the timing. Okay, but let's press everything. Why did you do that, Your Highness? There's a life on the line here. Really, I'm sorry. I suppose I got a bit too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really? No? Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, the life of a princess is rather boring, you know. It's quite the break from the routine for me. You just get hobbied then. Ah! Oh, hi, Maddie.
As I say, if I don't move, she won't notice I'm here.
So we are currently cross-examining Princess Zelda.
I think she did it. Anyway, no, I was just coming in to bother you for a little bit and ruin the popcorn bucket. Anyway, bye!
No, not the popcorn bucket. Ah!
My work here is done.
No, it's not Ocarina of Time X Phoenix, right, mod? Yes. Cortez, it is called Hero of Law. Hero of Law by Newer Team. Yeah. I'm actually really loving it a lot. It's really good. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven that the defendant did it. Defend! Did you exhaust your singular brain cell? On that last contradiction you found, there's a Death Mountain's worth of evidence pointing to the defendant. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean anyone else could have done it. Hey, that one Brainsaw's doing the best it can. Yeah! Hey, Ganondorf! I think you're making a Death Mountain out of Death Molehill. But I had to have happen shortly. Okay. Let's see what you say about this. How could you be so sure of that, Princess? Well, according to the Ranch House, the victim still has the murder weapon embedded into his body. Interesting. The murder weapon that's supposedly wiped clean. What? It's obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try to hide the weapon. Yeah, there we go. I present the saw on that one. There we go. Yes, I might have not seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my. Like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony. So, the saw was found in Malon's hands, clean of blood. Yeah. Thank you, game, for telling me I was jumping the gun a little bit and not giving me penalties for that, because, oh my gosh, you're right. Certainly, Your Honor. Interesting. Dragmire certainly doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? Ganondorf Dragmire, in other words, Mr. Dragmire, in her hands and not inside Talon. Yep. And clean of blood, which would not be the case if it had been removed from Talon. Thinking about it, I might just know why. The murder weapon is still stuck in the victim's... There we go. Hang on, I gotta press this one first. Clearly, Melody's gonna let me look the play clean. Yes, you know, she did it in her sleep. She passed out and then she's like, blam, blam, blam. Okay. I mean, we know Ingo was there, but, yeah, we don't have any solid proof yet, so. Are you sure Malon was the only person there other than the victim? From what I recall, there's an upstairs room at the ranch house. What if someone was hiding there? Ah! Don't be stupid, Defense. If someone was hiding up there, the Sheikah Force would have found them. as the guard at the door the entire time. No one could have left. What if they jumped out of a window? Yeah, Link, what if they jumped out a window? You're not being ridiculous! Those windows are very high up! Actually, those windows can't even be opened. They'd have to break one to leave. Right. Well, this is a little more plausible than the last testimony she gave. Yes, I suppose it matches the detective's account, doesn't it? No, I feel like something here sticks out like a sore thumb. Yes, it does! I just wanted to press all the statements before I press this one. Phoenix, right, but Zelda? Yes! Hee 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 for the murder of Talon. And the defendant is Malon. Ah, no! That doesn't necessarily mean that my client was one to do it, though. What if someone else snuck in before Malon and the princess arrived? Well, I suppose... And Ganondorf is a prosecution. Ganondorf Dragmire. In other words, Mr. Dragmire is a prosecution.
The online ranch is surrounded by high walls, and the only way in is through a self-locking gate. Not very many people have a key to that gate, just the personnel and the crowd.
And Ingo? Well, someone could have forced their way in.
Ah! Bah! If you wish to propose such a possibility, you must substantiate it with evidence.
Exactly, Ganondorf. That is how it works. The burden of proof is on the person who wants to prove something and not on the person who would need to prove against something, right? Let me see if I can explain this better. The burden of proof. You cannot hold the burden of proof if what you want to prove is a lack of something. Because, like, it is significantly hard to prove the lack of something rather than prove the presence of something. So if someone were to say, there's a cloud in the sky, they could say, look, there's a cloud in the sky. Right? If someone were to say, there's no cloud in the sky. Right? They could point at an empty patch of sky. They could point at a cloud in the sky. They could point at the sun. Right? It just becomes significantly harder. The difficulty comes in deciding what the null hypothesis is. Yeah, there we go. That's a much better way to put it. Yeah.
Do you have any proof that another person showed up the ranch before the princess?
Oh, frick. Do I? Do I have proof? I need to think about this. Oh, for an ad break. Ah! thought about it. Do I have proof that someone else is there? I'm like, I have a suspicion, but I don't have proof. Not yet. I don't have anything of the sort. There must be another angle I can attack this from. Oh yeah. Very well, witness, since the defense has wanted each other to stay silent, please continue testimony. Ha 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 ha! Ha! I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. See if the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged into Talon's body, and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped! Well, Prosecutor Dragmire, care to explain?
This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw? Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant and futile attempt to save the victim.
That is a stretch. And then wipe the blade clean.
That would be almost like framing the defendant.
Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. Yeah. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well. Did you? Did you? Because, like, if it wasn't made up, then doesn't that drastically? I kind of want that to be the case, but
You idiot girl!
oh my gosh, Ganondorf.
Do you even realize what you've done to your public?
Oh my gosh, Ganondorf, stop. He is royalty and your leader. Sorry. I was upset as witness in court just this once. Whenever I tried telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. Just this once, I want him to feel listened to. Oh, that's stressing. But when it is clear that she did it, I want to play a larger part in the capture. Oh dear. Sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. That's...
Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we'll have to strike your statements from the court record completely.
Yes, I did it. The prosecution lost a key witness. Okay. No! Please wait. I have more to say. I was talking about the crime scene. But I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Okay.
Bah! Why would you care about that? Important. Best that you leave and stop damaging my case with the idiocy.
Really? Even if you're not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence oh no, not you too. You grabbed evidence from the... Dang it.
What?
Huh?
Evidence?
Of course. While the Sheikah Force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own.
Chica, did you know about this?
Of course I did. Did?
I'll have your heard for nurse. Order, order. Where's the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court?
It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own. Nabbit.
What? And you agreed to this? The court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because
Because they have a crown. No, it's a playground where, like, children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a badge. However, being the light medallion is great. Yes, it is. Oh, court death, you haven't seen. This is the attorney's badge. This is the attorney's badge. It's wonderful. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Jagmar in this one. Yeah, the court is in place for the court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. It's a playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a badge. Right, Mr. Dragmire presenting the bottle just because, like, you have when you wanted, just because you had a badge, and a bloody rag just because you had a badge. Like, come on. Also, I don't really buy this story. No way Impa would have allowed this. Yeah? Yeah. Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be at all important in the case. I thought it was like, how dare you! Thus, I let the princess have her fun.
This is hardly irregular.
Really? So, because it's Princess Zelda doing it, it's irregular, well, Ganondorf has gotten away with it. Easily. Like, frick.
I'm not sure how to feel about this, prosecutor.
Naturally object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it, even without a witness at the scene. Yeah, no, you're losing your evidence quickly, Ganondorf.
I see. Defense?
What do we do? We object to presenting the evidence, and Dragmire loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for a case too. What? I want to see it. I don't care about the truth. We should agree with the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left. Yeah!
Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely, you won't throw away all the progress you made thus far.
Let's throw away all the progress we've made thus far. What do we do? Request the evidence. Let's go. I really hope this is the right choice. If it's not, yay. I still have 4 hearts left. Hearts are the penalties in this game, so it's like you get 5 penalties. I lost 1 for accusing Princess Zelda of the murder. Worth it. Nom nom. Let's see. The defense requests that the evidence be presented.
What?
I agree that the situation is irregular. We should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is.
I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you. In order to admit this piece of evidence to the court record, the princess's statement that she found it must be admitted as testimony, along with everything else she might say. Yes, Your Honor. I am well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. Yay. Of all the idiotic, foolish... Order. Very well, then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time, I promise. Princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand, then. I just hope this new evidence is damaging to your case. Also, Cortez, something else I should say. In this timeline, Princess Zelda is age 14. We are childhood friends with Milan, and she's 27. So presumably, Link is 27 as well. So, in return for Milan and Link being childhood friends, Zelda and Link now have a significant age difference. Also, Ganondorf Dragmire, age 59. Let's go. Yeah! Rauru, or just Judge, is age, huh? And Imba's 34. Witness testimony. My finding. I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earlier testimony. Also, the symbols in the top left for testimony is Hyrulean, which I love that detail, it's great. On entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant pass out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. We have a bunch of emotes from Darklings. Let's see what they are today. We have Crying Fox. We have Silly Fox. I see two from Katzen. Oh, 3 for Katzen. Evil. Jam. So another from Katzen. Loading. These are all from the same person. Cheerleader. Knock knock. And bye. Don't leave, Darklings. I like having you here. It's fun. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided they could look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. Ace Attorney Zelda Edition. Yes, we are. I followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. Interesting. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. Here it is. The oil bottle I found. Yeah. Is something wrong? Okay, let's read. Oh, I love how, like, the Triforce were when the testimony starts. Great. Okay. Dixon, your earlier testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, saw the defendant pass out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house in the Sheikah forest. When the Sheikah started investigating a crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. I was walking near the silo. I noticed a strong... This is the important detail. This is the important detail. Somebody else was there. Was outside. Would have noticed. Would have at least noticed the princess coming by. Did you heard? Oh no. Okay, hang on. We have Erund, Mickey.
We have Try, Wink. You are nerd. You a nerd. We have X-Fly and Swing. Flex Ugh. Harry. Harry Sub. You have more cats in Bonk. Mug. Jock. You have Lucalu Kiss. Aaron. Kisses. And then Delmad and Blushing. I think that Triforce bit is meant to be reminiscent of the title screen scroll from Zelda 1. Nice. Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Not. It is not. Wiggly boobs! Yay! About Bigger Raichu X and Y. Yes, I did. I'm actually vaguely annoyed by the... If I'm going to be honest, I'm vaguely annoyed by that, just for the simple reason that, it's DLC for a game that hasn't even come out yet, and I don't like that practice. I don't like the practice of saying, this game will have DLC! Not even out yet. Why do you do that? It's just corporate greed. Nothing for the consumer yet, but you can pay us more money. It's like, no. I don't like it. Care about how cute Celestial is? How did you know? Boop. Oh no, big booped! I'm being booped. Okay. Gosh, wow. Of course there is, foolish girl. Does not not adjusting to do with anything. You're great fighting some random fire in a ranch. Please. What next? Are you going to declare every rank on the purposes suspicious? Oh, nope. Hang on. I know where this is going. Prosecution will calm down. This is bad. Your Honor. Despite the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to a cross-examination. Cross-happen grasp. Why must you insist on this charade, defense? Princess merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as her detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements. We found lots of contradictions so far. What do you mean? I believe there might be a way to tie the princess evidence into the case. Ridiculous! Oh my god. Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. Yay! And we have a direct piece of evidence that says somebody else was there. Yes! I just really hope this is a complete waste of time. Defense. Yes! Found at the ranch near a burned out fire has a tiny bit of oil inside. Yes! Direct proof that somebody else was there. Yes! Okay. For both your own sake and your client. Also, thank you for more. Dang it! I need to squat now. Squats! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna admit, this music is fantastic for doing squats. I kind of love it. Press everything. Oh! You don't need to press the princess on her apology. You're gonna waste his chance to start on a testimony. Yes, defense. Please get to the point. Yikes. Press on this. Was there anything else in the room? Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before. Which is proof that the murder had to have happened recently. Because we know from Milan that Talon had left very soon before, like, the arrival of the princess, 2 hours before, which if the schedule was, like, at, like, 8:30, then that would mean that Malin had to have, like, left for the town to get a gift at 6:30. The only issue is I don't know how long it takes to travel from the ranch to Hyrule Castle. But I'm thinking if it's like half an hour, then like half an hour to get there and then half an hour to get back would have, like, it would have only given like 7:30 to like 8 because the princess arrives there earlier. So like 8:05? But like a half an hour window for it to happen. Right. The house is rather barren. Most of our things are on the top floor since the downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Ah, of course! That famous cuckoo game! Yeah. The good old days. Isn't a French dead reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. Look her at the entrance of the ranch house and she can force her abs. Okay, press. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest and asked me to let them take over, but I held my stance. Interesting. Well, commendable in theory. Staying in the same room as a dangerous killer isn't very wise. But if she woke up and lashed out at you?
We're hardly up above.
I thought did not occur to me.
Oh dear.
Brr,
Of course not. Foolish girl.
But the guards just stand close by. I would have been safe.
Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard. Yes, Ganondorf, you plan to take over. You plan to take over Hyrule. Glad to see that's still strong in you.
Yes, of course I do. In any case. Okay, start investigating the cards and I decided to take a look around the ranch. Okay. Then just go home. Our visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. I was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. Maybe the ranch should examine the horses. So I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime.
How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene?
Yes! It doesn't take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castle Town to Lon Lon Branch.
Okay, but how long?
I don't imagine it was more than 20 minutes.
Okay. So,
Malon would have gone to Castletown, grabbed the perfume at 6:30. Would have arrived at Castletown around 6:50. And would only be able to get back at the soonest at 7:10. Assuming that Malon just ran, basically grabbed the closest perfume bottle and left. No searching around. That's assuming the most amount of time. Which means that, according to the autopsy, victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. So that would be, at most, 50 minutes for Talon to have died. At most 50 minutes of time. So we are definitely highly moving in on the exact time of death here. No, it's before 8 and after 7:10. That is pretty fast. Although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed it up.
The pokes! I would be there half that time, running back.
Oh my god. Yes. Yes, Ganondorf, that is indeed the tech.
It's much no surprise though. Cunning horses are naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steed.
Yeah? And what does your Gerudo steed look like? Does it look like a Epona? I kind of want to hope that the photograph comes in use just to say, your Gerudo steed is just Epona here. You could have buy horses from a ranch too. Don't bother. He's trying to rally you up. Hang on. We have proof. Hey, notice the strong odor in the air. Okay. What does it smell like? Oh, it was awful. A really terrible stench.
Waha, surely you don't mean to say that you found the smell of horse manure suspicious.
Do not be ridiculous. Those are coming from the horses. Burned out fire nearby and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. This, I think, is important. Because... where does it say? Where does it say? Oh, actually, this is important too. Ranch inventory. Nowhere here does it say the lamp. Nor does it say like a fire or anything. Plus milk shipments. Yeah. I want to press this first because I have the feeling this sixth statement is important. Right, and she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one to find it, and so let's go to the trial anyway.
Utter ridiculousness.
Yes. Please make this last time you do something like this, Your Highness.
Proper procedures exist for a reason. Except for our prosecutor, Ganondorf Dragmire. Of course, he can present evidence whenever he wants.
Yes, I understand. You have any idea whether there will be a fire at the ranch that day? No, It is pretty odd. But it sounds like it's definitely worth looking into. Although it'll be hard to link it to the crime in any way. Getting as much info as possible is my best bet. Yeah, so it's basically saying press it. Press that statement. Ratata. Fire, huh?
Now, let me remind you, Defense, that there's any number of reasons why fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morn.
Princess, how long would you estimate the fire had been out before you found it? Ah, right. There's still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently.
Yeah? Yeah, there was somebody else there, yeah?
So around the time of the crime.
Yeah? Or someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, these fires are irrelevant.
I think he's realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway?
Or what if Fred... It would have to have been the ranch workers putting the milk shipments together at the time.
Yeah.
Almost certainly him. If you were allowed to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon.
Well. Supposedly, he would have been out of earshots. Supposedly. Especially since Princess Zelda arrived and nobody was there. Yeah? Oh, like it was very appetizing. But without anything concrete to pin on him, he'll just be able to brush it off. Oh, we're just gonna stop it here.
Brent, I believe that is enough.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like you're getting closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all.
No, I suppose not, Your Honor.
Naturally. I've said this is wasted time from the beginning.
Actually, no, I think there is.
Not Curtis, the cross-examination is over.
Oh, come on. Come on, we got the direct evidence that, like, the fire was put out recently. Fire was put out recently, meaning somebody was there. And since Malon was passed out in the room, that could only mean that someone was around there at the time of the crime, put out the fire, would have heard any struggle, and would have heard Princess Zelda arriving. And then didn't go out the gate, meaning that they should be prime suspects. Especially since Melon was passed out. Come on.
Or should you have no more revelations to share with us?
No, I do not. But I thought the fire would be important. It is.
Give my shirt.
Enough. Your Highness, if you allow me to escort you back to Cairo Castle. Very well.
Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move the song.
Oh, I love this music. I love this music so much. Dang!
The prosecution's stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I'm nearly ready to hand down my verdict.
But, Your Honor, there's nothing that definitively shows that Milan committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father.
Ah, that is an excellent point, defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But naturally,
Prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh my gosh! I love this remix, it's fantastic.
I'd like to call my third witness.
It has to be that ranch worker. Let's see. Go.
We're calling him in, though. The prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare.
I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did.
Very well. I do believe a break would benefit us all.
Have messages in Discord. Is that people going live? That's people going live. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da.
The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Hey. Time to take a nom nom. We're going to see. Go. I really hope Ingo did it. Just so we could beg him and just be like, ah! And I think Ingo did it because a lot of the evidence that goes against us seems to, like, be perfectly fabricated by him. Being that the milk delivery, just so he has an alibi, the, like, the list of all the items in the ranch being made by him, all that stuff. March 17th, 11:17 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court, defendant lobby number 3. Not going all that well, is it? No, I think that went about as well as it could have, actually, given the circumstances. We have the oil bottle. I think it's going to help. I love this music, it's so good! It's a remix for, like, checking. Yeah! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba! Suppose the worst of the princess's chess melody is untrue. I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to check the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Now, there is no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Quagmire furious. I have? If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. Yeah! Hooah! Yeah, let's go. Let's go. He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Yeah. Expect them to try to shut you down as fast as they can. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything shut down in the first place, I guess. Oh, but you do. What do you mean?
The oil bottle!
Oh, come on now. Talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course.
The fire?
I wasn't able to do anything with that. Oh, I know exactly what it is. Really think it's relevant? Yes. Yes, Link, it is relevant. Don't get me wrong. At present, I'm convinced the girl did it.
We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason.
What? What? But I'm willing to explore every possibility.
But the fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this.
If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic. Hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he's the only one who could have lit that fire. If he is hiding something, I think the court deserves to know.
Yeah.
Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive.
It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting.
You'll have to make it work.
Much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here.
Well, thank you. And this is where the photograph is gonna come in handy too. Don't mention it. One last thing.
You, ranch girl.
Me?
Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind.
You know the road to the Dark Realm was paved with those, right?
Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment. One she'll live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and experienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she was thrust into the role of an heir very sudden. Older sister? An older sister? Wait a second! Was there Princess Zelda who's like the same age as Link, but she died? That's right, the mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda. Oh my gosh. That was the that Princess Zelda's dead. What the heck? Hyrule still grieves after the event of that day, and yet no one knows what exactly happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok, people blaming the Royal Guard, the Sheikah, and even the king himself. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. Princess's conduct today probably won't help the distrust some people have with the crown right now, though. Yeah. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn, and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Ah, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so emotional. Guess all this is why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation. Detective Impa! What is it, soldier? I'm quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about a milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address. Huh? Don't say. The milk was wrong. They're asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple of guards.
You were slacking on the job earlier. Oh! Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Oh, thank you. That's nice of her. Bad for those guards, though. Yes, I'm worried. The milk. Obviously just milk. Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. Huh? Lost its flavor? But Lon Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh. You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments. Probably. With the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so... Maybe this isn't fresh? Oh. Who's been doing the milk shipments? The milk shipments that conveniently have been part of his entire alibi! Ingo. The reason he couldn't have done the murder! Ingo. And what has lost all taste? And was sent to the wrong address? And has lost its flavor. So it doesn't taste like Lon Lon Ranch milk. I think Ingo didn't actually do the preparing shipment. And now we have proof. No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipments was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? Yeah? Is there something odd going on? Better make some notes about this in the court record. Yes! The French, the court is about to reconvene. Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch to be addressed. Impa brought it during the recess. It seems strangely tasty. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once. So it comes down to this. The conclusion's approaching. Time to turn this situation around. Yay! I got my health back. Yay. My health for accusing Princess Zelda of murder. Yay! Court is back in session for the trial of Milan of Lon Lon Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready. Naturally, I have personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. The matter of motive. For, naturally, such a heinous crime could be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Okay, so here's what I think is going to happen. For the immediate bit of motive, we're going to see something that directly contradicts this photograph. If it's going to be extraordinarily blatant, it'll be something like they hated each other to the point where they didn't want to take a picture together, right? If it's gonna be a little bit more subtle, it'll be something like Talon didn't even like looking at his daughter, or something like well, basically that. Or something like Ingo saying, I couldn't bear to be near them, since they would always fight, or something like that. Or maybe something even more subtle, like, Ingo claiming he has to take all the pictures, or something like that. And so he was never in any of them. But without actually saying that he would never be in any of them, just saying Ingo had to take all the pictures, I can imagine that being a case. But other than that, I think this pictograph is how we're gonna go into... Actually, we need to check the facts with this dude. And that will be how we will go to, like... He was busy with the milk shipments, and also he made up the ranch inventory, in which case, for the ranch inventory, the bottled oil will be important, because the oil bottle isn't on the ranch inventory. And for the milk shipments, we'll have the misaddressed and the tasteless. I'm assuming that the tasteless Lon Lon milk, we will go through and say comes from a competitor, right? The reason it's strangely tasteless is it's not milk from Lon Lon Ranch, it's milk from somewhere else.
Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating. Very well, please proceed.
Prosecution calls the ranch worker, Ingo, to the stand. Hello, Ingo. Ah, it's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. Oh boy. Oh? Yeah, he almost always just wears his work dungarees. What's he wearing here? Oh, he's wearing the fancy clothes here too. Almost like looking at a different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court, and he wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working in it.
Quiet, defense. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Your Honor, Great Honorable Prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mind Lon Lon Ranch.
Mind? What does that entail exactly?
I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders.
How long have you been working at the ranch?
It'll be several years at this point. There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly. Whoa, that's some dedication.
Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information, is that correct?
Yes, the ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like a big family.
That sounds lovely.
That sounds like a red flag that you're gonna be getting loads of unpaid overtime.
Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they?
It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, Honorable Court of Law. I love giving Ingo this voice. I'm gonna absolutely, like, refill my water bottle next break because I need it, but oh my god. A matter of motive. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Melon. Talon became a life tenant, but Melon meant to inherit all the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malon could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl will kill Talon to get full ownership and leave the Gingy Ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is. After all Talon did for her. Okay, hang on. Just a couple of days ago, the owner of Talon partly signed the ranch over to his daughter Malon. This also gives Ingo motive, since he probably wanted control of the ranch. Also, what's this about selling the ranch? Yeah, at this point, this is just... I think this is just Ingo describing himself.
And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. Really tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed.
But have they been torn apart? By advertisements! I'll see you in a little bit. I need to refill my water. blah. Okay, sorry, I was in someone else's chat for a little bit. You do. Hmm.
Truly tragic.
Yeah.
We have evidence. We have the defendant caught red-handed in the crime, and now we have a motive.
How do you know he's telling the truth?
Ah, I have, of course, verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castletown Notary Office to be considered valid.
Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom. Oh, great, yeah. You just pulled out more evidence out of your pocket. What was that about children just presenting evidence willy-nilly? Ganondorf? Oh. I had to know him for a little bit. Branch inheritance document added to court record. For Ingo, why would you?
You should pass judgment now, George. The defense is nothing.
That? I'd like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, as whatever you like. I, the hardworking Ingo, can handle it.
Very well, defense. Please begin.
Cross-examination. The matter of motive. Okay, let's start with questioning everything, and then I'll try to present stuff. That's like... This doesn't seem to come into view yet. I thought it would, it hasn't. I'm thinking we're going to have to tie in this and this, but yeah. Let's see. Here we have the inheritance document. Malon will inherit the ranch if she isn't able to oversee it, divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Competing interest. How long ago was this exactly? 3, 4 days? I'm not sure of the exact date. Oh, I'm sure you know. Had been planned for a long time. Helen was getting on in years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later. Alan? He's telling the truth. Molly scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago. What do you mean by partly, witness? But Alan hadn't become the ranch owner yet? Ah, of course not. Haven't you heard all the stories making rounds recently? How many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment I was assigned to them? I was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was a safer option. If the girl is up to some chicanery, he can always revert a decision. That's horrible. I'd never do that. As much as I like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, You feed them, you raise them, and they both sound like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself.
I must concur. The younger generation is horrible. Frank, they're boomers.
Why did you look at me while saying that? Anyway, what that meant was... Okay. So if we're going to present a profile, it's probably going to be present Ingo, who is 44. Okay. I wanted to check the age. Army man who works on the ranch, usually in his work clothes, but he's dressed up nicely for court. Yeah. Hey! Well, why would Milan want to sell the ranch right now? Why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? Wow. That's just... Wow. So you don't even have a solid reason. There was no talk of her wanting to do it. You just assume that because she's a pretty girl, she wouldn't want to work on a dingy ranch. She'd have it much better if she sold the old place and used money to move the castles down. That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. What? She's off and slacking on the job, while I, the hardworking Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Deku nut doesn't fall from the tree, as they say. That talent loves to sleep on the job too.
Oh, I do recall a quite funny story about the Lon Lon ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal Koku, apparently.
Ah, jeez. Well, there you go. I am the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hardworking Ingo. Well, about that. One of the milkshakes was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. The Lon Lon milk is tasteless. Yeah, so somehow I think you're wrong. I think that's not true at all. I know, but how do I stop this? Really think Milan go that far? I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they? Great. So the motive... So the events dictate the motive, and the motive is dictated by the events. There's circular logic going on here, and I don't like it one bit. Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Helen was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling on her. But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her. No, dude. On this case, the burden of proof is on you, not her. That's alright. The null hypothesis in this case is going to be, you know, Alan didn't want to kill her father. Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Assumes, like, perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her, but really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her. So you have nothing. You have nothing. And you're asking, like, Melon to prove the null hypothesis of her not wanting to kill her dad. And, you know... You want her to prove that she didn't want more work? Or you want her to prove that she did want more? This is so... Ugh. Well, if Mom didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she'd still inherit the ranch. True. That's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true? Yes. Father's previous inheritance argument did work that way.
How admirable. I guess familial bonds won over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame.
Yes. Naturally, the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time.
I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we?
Objection. Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Autumn and Alana had planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation, specifically. More people around means more witnesses. You think she would have chosen any other day? Oh, don't forget to mention this. I heard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be sending the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to Castletown to change the inheritance back to the original split. What? Okay, I don't believe this for a moment.
Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And because of that choice, the defendant wanted to get the ranch. He had no time to waste that day.
Is this true, too? Absolutely not. Both weren't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. What to do about this argument, then? Let me think about what would I do with the argument? I could press it. Let me think. Pressing it would probably add on to either giving the photograph, which has been sitting there the entire time and I think would be used now. It could also deal with, like, the fire. Like, hear me out on this. Hear me out. If he overheard them arguing, then Ingo would have to have been close enough to actually, like, do something about it. Which would suggest, like, milk crates. But the fire would also suggest a place where he was listening in on. Right. If he was listening in at all. Which falls to pieces if he was busy. So I think we do add this. There was an argument about the inheritance. That sounds like an important fact to me. Let's request it to be added to the testimony.
Very well, witness. Please do so.
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. There you go. About what time did this happen? Oh, there we go. That's important. First thing in the morning, I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work. I just walked out the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me. Do you remember any specifics about what was said? Oh yes, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was all like... Talon? I'm really sorry, Malon, but the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses. I don't care! What about me, father? How can you do this to me?
Malon, this isn't just about you, it's for the good of the entire kingdom.
But what am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life if I'm stuck on this dump of a ranch forever.
I thought you could love the ranch.
All the animals are here, and Ingo's always around to help out with the chores, too.
He's pretty great, isn't he?
Yeah, think it was awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over.
What a story, Reed.
I'm gonna keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself. No way this actually happened, though. Talon would never want to sell the ranch. Oh, no, like,
Oh, of course you say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust the things she says.
well, I trust her, but the judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. Do I have anything in the court record that can refute this story? Yeah. The game is giving me the prompt of like, hey, there's something here. One. The inheritance document includes a stipulation. Like, if she is unable to oversee it, divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. So the idea of it's no longer going to be divided between the crown doesn't make sense. 2. The perfume. If he left early that morning, so would Talon. And actually the perfume was bought at Castletown. So that would mean Talon did go to Castletown, did get there, meaning he would have had opportunity to change the inheritance document, but he didn't. So yeah.
Gosh, weird. This whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Gerudo Desert, there would be no question that Fortress may seize whatever it desires.
That's just messed up.
No matter. Continue your testimony, foreman. Share with us the true nature of the defendant.
Okay, but let's just press the final statement. What? Now you hold it. That man gave everything for her. She's gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That one's spoiled and rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed.
Another gift?
Why, yes, a little bottom perfume, I believe. It's horrible. Teller was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable. What was that last name of the report? I don't think it was. But I want to add it to the statement. Testimony just to press it. Your Honor, the defense wishes to add a statement about the proof to testimony. Objection?
Wow, what are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder?
I think it's an important detail.
Then the perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objection to strengthening her case. Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony.
Yeah. Yeah, branches gift for the princess, yeah. What do you say? Where did you see this? I think it was just lying around the ranch house. Hal probably intended to give it to Malon during the day he was killed. You mean this, witness? Why, yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent as much on his salary for me, the hardworking Ingo. I gotta believe to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. What's your relationship with this guy anyway? Well, he's been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. Yes, that's true. You know, I don't think it's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it. Not a single one? Talk about dedication. Even so, something's very much off here. Yes, it is. Okay, so we either have the arguing about the inheritance, right? Because say Talon did go to Castletown, bought the perfume, didn't change the inheritance. we're here, we can just present the perfume and say it was meant for the princess. Which I'm gonna do. Yeah, there we go. Witness.
What is it?
Just to confirm, you see this bottle of perfume was bought from Malon by her father, correct?
What else would it be for?
I assure you, Talon was a type to indulge in perfumes, far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness.
Oh, is that so? Was ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur?
No. No. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. The problem is that we just kind of assumed that information. And nobody substantiated. That is the case.
So what, defense? Sure, technically a contradiction, but what does the purpose of this bottle change? Yes, defense, I admit, I'm confused as well. Please explain if this point is important.
Earlier in my trial, Malon mentioned that Talon bought this perfume in preparation last minute. There we go! Isn't that right, Malon? Sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making this visitation. Father quickly rode on into town to get a new gift. This info puts one thing into question. Not the princess's testimony. Not Talon's gifts, although that's kind of funny to think about. Somebody's moon. Someone's moons around the ranch are put into serious doubt.
Someone's? Well, don't get us ready then. Defense, who is this person?
Naturally, the person whose move has become suspect is... Ingo! The witness himself. Called this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, found at the crime scene. Crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He should have known about the bottle. Yeah. Exactly. Well, I mean, I was more thinking along the lines of like, you know, Ingo wouldn't have been able to see it lying around because that just, well, I guess that's the same thing. But also, if Malon had just went to buy it, then Ingo being able to hear that conversation wouldn't have happened. But he was somewhere else, but no, this works too, this works too.
The defense raises a very valid point. You simpleton, what is the meaning of this?
Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course I didn't. I was working in the silo all day. I remember I saw the gift the day before the crime. How? The girl was lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day.
One's words against another's. Defense? Do you have any way to prove that your version of events is true?
Shipment? Bottle? Working in the silo all day. Oh! Working in the silo all day. Why was there a fire on the outside? Wait. What? Frick. What? I mean... we could ask at the store, I guess. I don't know what smelling the perfume would do. I don't see a connection between that, but if there is one, I'm missing it. I'm finding the receipt. Unless if that, like, square that I've assumed is part of the glass bottle is a receipt on the front, then yeah, it seems a little too translucent to be the receipt, actually. Yeah. I assume that's not... I don't see a receipt in the bottle, that's just, like, the glass. And I don't know what smelling it would do, like... This game sometimes have bad options, right? To make sure you're actually paying attention. Yeah. Ask at the store, I guess. Why don't we send a soldier to ask the store owner when the bottle is bought?
Bah! Do you know how people visit our store? It's inconceivable that you only remember every random purchase.
No authority is defense. Oh, it's just letting me be able to try. Okay. Find the receipt. You buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. Okay. Okay, this is a stretch. I've been really happy with the logic so far. This particular moment is a little bit of a stretch. That's not the end of the world, mind you. It's just, it's a little bit of a stretch, unfortunately. Might still be at the ranch house. I see you've sent someone out to look for it. Well, then never throw those receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume one should be right on top.
I believe this idea has some merit.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a leap, I think.
Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt.
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes? What is it, soldier?
You have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene.
Very well, thank you. I should now read it out.
A lot writing on this.
From...
No! Oh no! No! You've got it! No! Not Tingle's mysterious spell. No! No, you don't! No! No! Never buy something from Tingle's mysterious spells. What the hell are you thinking? Ah! Better than smells mysterious tingles, but not by much. Yeah.
Yes, I think I've seen that store.
It's that eccentric looking place in the back alley? Oh no.
You couldn't. Mr. Blinding neon colors have shined as an utter eyesore.
Oh no.
The goal of just nobody running a monopoly on Hylian perfume is preposterous.
A monopoly? Oh no. Tingle has monopoly on Hylian perfume. God save us all.
Perhaps. We're back to the matter at hand. The nerve of that dunderhead! Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Prosecutor? And the balloons! Oh, the balloons! That fool palm tree right in my face! Prosecutor Dragmire, enough! Continuing on, purchase item 1 bottle of rosy.
Oh.
Oh my, this is quite the price. Why, I would have to.
Your Honor, please, the date of purchase.
Oh, yes, right, date of purchase. Why, it's March 16th, the day of the murder.
Ah. Yeah.
Order, order.
Yes, we got him. Phew, I think we're finally getting somewhere.
Brr. This joke doesn't mean anything.
It means a lot, Ganondorf.
Perhaps this briefly went back to the ranch house for something and sold a bottle then.
But as we've established... Hang on. I want to put on my own music. Oh, just frick. Hang on, I want to do something first. I've got to do something. Just real quick. I've got it. I want to see. Maybe. That one? Definitely not that one. Definitely not that one. Not that one. Okay, this one. Okay. I promise this is gonna be good. I'm just looking at it. I'm saying a lot of that one, no, that one, no, that one, no, that one, no. Fine. I'm working on it. Had to happen after the murder, presumably, unless Tingles is open at 8 in the morning. Maybe. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on! I'm like, I want to do a bit, but I'm just like, I'd have to take time! Turns out, stuff like this is better set up beforehand and not in the moment, but my god, I'm doing it. Okay. Ah! Spinning! Okay. Okay. I have it though. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. I promise. It's gonna work. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Freaking awesome. I'm totally gonna just to make it worth it in my head. What? Worth it. It's worth it. I got this. Okay. So. Oh. I gotta pretend that's not there for a second. So. What we know from the previous evidence is the fact that the princess was scheduled to arrive at 8:30. Kalon realized, like 2 hours beforehand, that he should grab a gift for the princess. It takes 20 minutes to get from Lon Lon Ranch to Castletown. Therefore, he took 20 minutes, starting from 6:30, which means it would be 6:50 by the time he arrived. And it would take him at least 20 minutes to get back, not counting the time it took him to actually shop. So, the earliest he could have gotten back would be 7:10. because we know the murder happened before 8 a.m., and we can establish through that string of evidence that it would have to happen after 7:10, that the murder would have to occur on the very same hour. The very same hour that occurred. So Dragmire's statement of perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then doesn't make sense. Because, according to Dragmire and Ingo, and the entire crux of Ingo's alibi is that he couldn't have been available for that moment because he was supposedly preparing milk shipment. Therefore, Ingo must have lied at some point and seen the perfume bottle. And because his alibi of preparing milk shipments would put him directly away from ever seeing that perfume bottle during the murder, which would be from the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., which is the only time when the perfume bottle was there at the ranch. Even assuming, Talon moving as fast as possible. That means, no matter what explanation you give, he had to, absolutely had to, have been lying about the milk shipments. And we can substantiate that because immediately following the murder, and we know because now it says that the murder happened the day before, this milk shipment return was from the day before. It was misaddressed. And not only that, but one of yesterday's shipments of Lon Lon milk was tasteless. And Lon Lon milk hasn't been shipped out today, so it had to happen from yesterday. Therefore, my assertion is that Ingo faked doing the milk shipments by either grabbing water that's just colored white to look like Lon Lon milk, or by just not prepping the milk at all and buying a competitor's milk to use instead. That way he wouldn't have to package it up and would have plenty of time to do the murder. Let's find out if I'm correct. Yes, that's it. Oh, Pete, that's definitely what they. Oh my god. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on. You think we're gonna believe that?
You have any proof that he didn't?
Yes. Well, I
believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day.
my movements? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though. Unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that as not. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. All we need is a single time. That's it. Touch grass. All we need is a single time. Or a single location, even. That we could go through and slowly point at and say, no. We were supposed to be working on milk shipment.
Or even just the oil in the bottle. To say, okay, then who started the fire? As was already stated, I'd volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. Strangely, tasteless water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. Oh! We got it! We got it! We got it! Found in the ranch near a burned up fire! There we go! There we go! I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. Oh, we got you. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was that detective on fire? Ugh. I'd have to. See? I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat! I'll pass. There has to be something wrong in there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have plenty wrong to point at. Yeah. My nonsense. But because he never stated a specific time, I don't think there's anything I can press in milk shipments. I give him my explanation for why. Why we know. But the direct correlation is with the oil bottle found at the ranch near burned out fire. Oil bottle and him going directly back to the silo and never exiting. Let's press everything first though. Maybe the game will give me something more substantial to work off of. What were you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars. Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water theirs down. Yeah? Yeah? They water theirs down, you say? Despicable. I see. I think you said earlier that job is to work on the structures and equipment, though. Indeed. Helen and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds occupied. I took it upon myself to do it this time. Ignoring the fact that this statement and this offer directly contradicts your previous statement of being lazy and being lingered with like too much work because of them. Stating that you took it upon yourself, it's a small thing, but I'm still just like, you know. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force's investigation would delay the shipment. And that I, the great Ingo, would get the blame. Okay, well at least that's consistent, detective. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it. Bah, you Hylians, ridiculous. Do the stretches, you got it. Oh my gosh, Ganondorf just said it out loud. Ganondorf just said it straightforward. Getting chirpy or something like milk. But you couldn't handle even a sip of the Gerudo's noble pursuit. A real man's drink. A real man's drink? Aren't most of the Gerudo women? Speaking of shades, I believe the witness was talking about how he had gotten himself a glass of water. Yes, of course. Every time. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat. You see, I get very thirsty and... Okay, you went to get a drink of water. You didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling?
No! It wouldn't be right! That milk was for the customers, you see. Yes. For the customers. I just didn't want to get into any trouble. Truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? This is a funny line of reasoning. And I think the ranch inventory would be funny to just suddenly pull in and be like, hey, he does steal from the... Yeah. Right. What did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Still had a little work to do, you see. I was supposed to save the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember clearly. Oh? Add it to your testimony. Add it to your testimony. It was there, on the table, plain as day. Boo-ha-ha. Great. What happened after that? We're just... No, didn't add it to the testimony. Okay. Like... That one is broken. Sorry, Kaneko. I've already given my explanation for why this doesn't work. Hydrate, you got it. I need to refill my water at the next break. Okay. Strangely tasteless. You were able to complete this so quickly on your own? Ah, you don't know the might of the great Ingo. What? Yeah! Pow! Wham! I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo, though. There's so many, and all so heavy. It was like a puzzle in there. Uh-huh. Anyway, that's not important. The point is, do I have anything that contradicts that? I don't think I do. I mean, it would be the inventory at that point, and I don't have anything that directly says anything about the inventory. And, like, the silo. And all since then, are you sure? Sure as can be. Moo-ha-ha. Might just be referencing the crate and slide puzzle in Ocarina of Time. True. Actually, very true. Never went back in, even after the crime was discovered. Ah, they wouldn't let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible. But he just said important. It is important. Your Honor, I'd like the witness to add this last episode testament to his testimony. Well, what are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Yeah, fine. I didn't even get to sleep or access any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in this. So, this would relate to the ranch inventory done by Ingo and that the detectives looked at. It could also be the oil bottle. These are his fancy clothes. You're right! Ryan, you're right! You have stayed on an inn? Wow, what am I, made of money? Think, boy. I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know? Boy, you lawyers always wanting around. Do I have anything to be sent that would say work clothes? Wait. Profile. Ah! A profile. I was wanting your robe. Right. Sorry. Not actually sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. Yeah, the game is pointing it out. You're right. I forgot you can present profiles. Can you elaborate? She's a hardworking woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. It was nothing love. Oh, you're talking about Impa, right? That's not the part I wanted him to elaborate on. Well, he seems totally smitten with her. Her does. I wonder how Impa feels about it. Perhaps when this rover trial is over, I could. But no, it will have to wait. You thought you could distract me, did you? I, the genius ranch worker Ingo, see through your schemes. He's sticking to that story, huh? Yeah, it was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. It hardly be the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. Trying to press for more details. He shared some up somewhere. It has to be a piece of evidence or a profile. Yeah, it just says it. Ah. Yeah. Witness, there's something seriously wrong with your testimony. What? What are you doing to me? They couldn't get any of your belongings because they're all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you're not allowed to go in? That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong. Those don't look like work clothes at all. Ah!
The defense has a point. Bridgespear's pretty well dressed for court. I can imagine he would want to soil those clothes during work.
Well, what do you have to say to that? Grr. Oh, of course.
Yeah, what's your excuse?
I can explain. It's simple. These are brand new. Yeah, I'll be waiting at the courthouse. I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I can't even want to show up to court dressed like a bum. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ah.
Really? Yes, different. Certain people have a modicum of respect with the court and show up dressed appropriately.
What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Do I accept that explanation?
No.
You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What?
Oh, how can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. And to prove that we're just gonna buy these clothes today, we'll get out.
Ba, 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 blam.
Wait,
Is this supposed to be? I can present my attorney badge. Milk shipment. You would have been busy, right? Nope. This means you could have bought this clothes.
how much you bet?
I don't see the connection here.
Bob, because for Ursula, the defense is just wasting her time as usual.
Ah, I needed a worried.
Frick. God, I need Francis, you know
Okay, yeah, I'm on the right track. So it wasn't the milk shipment turn. I've gotta admit, I am at a loss for words here. My brain went blank. And nothing here suggests money in the inventory? So I'm thinking either oil bottle or the milk shipments as like a Hail Mary. Take that. Nope. That also proves nothing. Arg. Didn't even prove that. I don't know anything about Ingo's schedule this morning. Ingo's schedule? If I could show he already had these clothes before today. Oh, yeah! Okay, yeah, that works. I like to turn the court's attention to this. Ah! Advertisements! Ah! I'm glad to hear that you think the verbal transitions have been on point today. I do try. It may not sound like I try, but I do try.
Why, this is one lovely pictograph. Ah, it reminds me of the idyllic days I spent with my grandson at the fishing pond. What about this pictograph, Defense?
Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This pictograph is from Malon's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today.
Order. I will have order. Why, the defense is absolutely correct. Our witness has a good explanation for this.
There, I think he finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. No! Oh, unless someone weasels out for him.
Well, isn't it obvious? Actually, the witness knew he would need to wear his eyes closed for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day.
Wrong.
Brought them to Stylo and French.
So, well, I accidentally pressed that. Oops. Drop something. 1, 2. Wow, it actually dropped onto lasagna. Oh, that was kind of gross. Not fresh. Okay, but anyways.
Brought them to Stylo and French, so that he could quickly change before the royal visitation's arrival.
Oh. Okay, he directly lied. Oh, oh ho! Oh ho ho ho! Yes, of course! I need to be presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Objection. Wait a minute. This is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo's clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor surely won't accept this blatant perjury.
Accept it, Judge. There can be no other explanation. Prosecution's explanation does seem plausible.
What?
However, the fact that Witness didn't seem to save himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense. Prosecutors pose that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternative version of events?
Big, I really need to think this through.
Yes!
We're doing this! Yes! We're doing the mindscape! Yeah. Ingo's acting really suspicious right now. Must be trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. I love this music. Why'd he be doing that? Ingo has a wardrobe at the silo. Ingo is the victim. Ingo is the murderer. Stop Malon. Ingo's the only other person who could have done this. I love this remix. Have to assume he did if I want to think Malon is innocent. Not a mind how to Ingo change out of his work clothes. What happened to make it necessary? They were eaten by a cow, they got dirty, Talon's blood got on them. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change to something else to hide his involvement. But then, wouldn't the Sheikah Force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared? The fire. I heckin' love this use for the 3 goddesses. It's great. Ego burned his clothes over the Triforce. Let's go. That's it. This explains everything. Yay. I believe I can offer an alternative explanation.
Nonsense. Trunks, the defense spent far too long to
Let's just Oh, so that was diegetic. I see.
They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling.
Rejection. Not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. Yahoo! Yes! It's simple. The reason he had to swap out his outfit, and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since, because it got stained with the victim's blood.
Preposterous. After I already discarded bloody closure bar, the Sheikah Force would have found them, and we'd be trying someone else for murder right now.
Hi, Billy. How am I? I'm having fun. This is great. But you are absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so he used this to dispose of them. Fire. Good. Also, what the hell are the Ace Attorney is this? This is Legend of Zelda, Hero of Law. For the N64. Made by newer team. So, like, I'm actually really loving this. It is good. Also, I've been booped! I've been booped! Okay. Your Honor, casting by to the princess's last testimony.
The princesses. Ah, that mysterious fire. Surely you just. You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was.
And yet, with this new context in mind, gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burned out fire. Inga uses lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You kill Talon and then try to hide it. This is... No, hold on. What drivel are you spouting here? Me, kill Talon? Yes. You already know that's impossible. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. If he starts spouting about motive, the inheritance document says, if Melon is unable to oversee the ranch, divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. In other words, Ingo. If he's trying to say it's impossible, that, like, because he was doing the milk shipments, we're gonna have to, like, spend more testimony time tying it in. But it will be the time where we will use the milk shipment return and the Lon Lon milk, which is tasteless right now, strangely. As well as, I think, finally bringing the inventory in place. You already know that's impossible. Witness testimony. Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. Okay, that's gonna be a fun one to press. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. Okay. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments to kill Talon and try to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo. Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun pressing this. It's gonna be great.
Now I shouldn't have to remind you, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time.
He was saying he does stuff real quick before. Yes, he.
I had even more things for him to do in that time with preposterous.
Unless if he didn't do the milk shipment. Which is. He hurriedly did them. Sent them to the wrong address. And didn't even include Lon Lon milk. But include watered down milk from a different ranch. So he did none of the packing, didn't even check the address. He just rushed off to a different ranch, picked up milk, dropped it off somewhere, and it tastes wrong anyway. That's right. The Great Indigo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. I must find it. Oh, there are plenty of shortcuts we have in our evidence. Cross-examination. Too busy for murder. I have no idea what you're on about. Okay, let's check. Surely my scenario is more plausible at this point than these panicked attempts to fix your story.
What's more plausible is for you to decide difference. It's the judge that makes the final call, and as long as it's out of my stance, I can imagine them siding with you. Yes, all the loose ends have to be tied up before a decision can be made.
Not in real life, but okay.
Yes, please continue.
Alibi for the time of the crime. Okay. Can you explain what the alibi is again? With pleasure. Okay. Time of the crime, I was busy preparing that day's shipment of milk. Okay. What did you do? What does that entail? Because if it entails getting the right address, you didn't. If it entails filling the bottles, you didn't. That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them.
The shipments were inspected by Sheikah Force as they were leaving the ranch. And as a resident detective has told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk.
Also, there is the possibility that it was only like 3 bottles of milk, but then he spread them out between all of the individual crates and then watered them down. Which would also be how the ranch inventory ties in, because on the right page, there are water hoses. That's right! The Chicken Force is out this batch for me! I don't think so. There's no way I could be the culprit. Really. Oh, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to have involvement. He didn't complete the milk shipments. Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes?
Would it take long enough to definitely make the scheme infeasible?
Maybe the shipments is a rather involved process. What does it involve? You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into crates, and load those onto a wagon. Thank you, Milan. Thank you so much. Okay. So, probably did load them onto a wagon. But I think he skipped the steps of milking the cows, milking the clowns. I mean, I wouldn't mind being milked, but come on. But I think he skipped the steps of milking the cows, cleaning the bottles, and pouring the milk into them. You can skip those 3 steps by taking other people's not sus clown milk. News today, only $2. Satisfy the thirsty. Oh yeah, yeah. So he would have only had to put them into crates and load those onto a wagon. Maybe not even put them into crates if you got the crates from somewhere else too. And maybe not even load them into a wagon. Because if he... Wait. Wasn't part of the... No, those left the ranch. The courier grabbed them, I think. I love working with the cows, but not working so long is because you only get a little at a time. Oh. Oh. Ingo rushed it by getting a little and then watering them down. Ah. Well, as Mr. Ingo said, the whole thing really does take a while. Mother and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival.
There you go, defense. Joe Claire knows this is the uncheckable truth.
Okay, so there's no way you can complete your shipments and also do the killing. In that case, there had to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. I know what it is. He watered down the milk. But I just want to press everything else before I present that. I had enough time for breakfast, but not enough to kill someone. Yes, of course. The breakfast was cooking while I kept working, then I just quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue there. Really. In fact, yes, I remember it even burned a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get that glass of water too, you see. I had to wash it. The glass of water can easily tie into your story now. Just not in the way you want. You watered down the milk. You milked the cows a little bit, and then made up the difference by just watering it down. And that would also explain why you managed to get a two-person job done in only a little bit of time. What a convenient little explanation. But for all I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on a fire, burning blood-soaked clothes. Ew.
Continue, witness. We don't want to hear about your culinary adventures.
Of course, of course. My point is just what I've been telling you this whole time. Hey! The only people who could have done this were you and Malon. And I know Malon well enough to know she couldn't be the culprit. That leaves you as the perpetrator.
Yes, but now we all know how much you value your friend. Let me remind you, though, that feelings don't matter at all here. Either show us solid evidence that puts Ingo's alibis into question, or concede defeat.
Anyway, he could have done the work faster? Yes, he watered down the milk. Not sure. Would be nice if there was, though. I could sleep in a little bit longer every day. You'd think he would have shared it with you if he knew of one. Just what shortcut did he use, Ingo? Oh, I know what he did. Yeah! But did you, though? Did you really complete those shipments properly?
Your friends, I should have to remind you that Sheikah Force checked through the boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles.
Oh, I'm sure it looks that way.
What are you grinning at, defense?
There you go, Your Honor.
Oh, milk for me? Are you trying to grab the judge now? I didn't think you stooped so low. The crowd will be informed of this.
Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting them. Just one little sip.
This is highly irregular. But, to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know.
And probably talk the least out of everyone here, though. I've talked the most.
Since the friends insist, I'll go ahead and take a step. What prices for milk these days? This almost tastes like water.
What? Water? I have to agree, this is definitely not standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Bonlon Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy.
Whatever. I just the unwashed masses will know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this difference?
It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened, during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed it on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Yes!
Order. Gosh, I suppose that would work.
Indeed, all we had to do is milk fewer of the cows. Oh, I love this music. This is great. They have enough time without ruining the taste too much. I'd guess he used about a 50-50 split of water and milk.
Wizards!
No! Hi, Talon! Oh?
Let me stop you right. I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment. But all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker.
Oh dear. But how dare you? Ganondorf is straight up taking over this. It's no longer Ingo talking on stand. It's Ganondorf making so.
Be quiet, you monk. Sure, Ingo watered down him. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it?
Well, no. But now we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well.
Yet there's a vital element missing still.
Motive? Are we gonna get to present the inheritance?
Let me put it in simple terms so an idiot like you can understand.
Oh, we're getting cutscene. No, we're not getting cutscene. Rebuttal! The murder weapon. Oh, the murder weapon. Argument 1.
You like the murder weapon. If Ingo was a murderer, then he couldn't have been the saw.
I can press on this. And why is that?
It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was just in Saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time.
Do I agree with this? It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. I think we're in complete agreement on this point.
You do realize the problems that creates for you, right?
I'm sure it can all be explained.
Our sheriff. Well, very well, then let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon either.
Where would the supposed other weapon have even come from? Inventory. Let's go. I gotta press it first. Could I have used any old thing?
Either answer the question, friends, or this discussion is over.
No need to overthink this. Anywhere Ingo could have got a weapon will do. I'll worry about the exact details later. Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on site.
Oh ho! Now something impossible.
Yeah, how come? Argument 2.
Argument 3. We checked those syrup objects on the ranch and searched everyone. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Really? 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 Let's press first. Couldn't Ingo have just wiped it off? Couldn't Ingo have just wiped it off? Blood leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of. Oh, really? Oh, really? Why didn't you say that with the saw that is clean of blood, huh? Huh? People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like the Zoras can easily tell by smell. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people to forget this task. Also, as long as the ranch focuses on selling horses and milk, the animals that are there aren't regularly butchered. There's no good reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such implementation would have stood out like a sore thumb. Well, I guess that is a good point. I may have to rethink this. Oh. And you're going to tell me hidden it doesn't work because they checked the inventory. And same with disposed of it. I'm gonna follow this through though. Oh, I heard that could Ingo have just disposed of it in some way? Ah, that's impossible, you see. Check the inventory, yeah? Ah, but that does go to the next argument. No items for the ranch's inventory unless we're missing, and that lets it just... It was made by Ingo. That's why it's not... How can I be so sure the inventory is accurate? Ah, use your head. There is a world visitation schedule for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. We would have doubled... Nope, he didn't. Oh, he didn't write it. Dang. It was Ingo. Well, he would have, but... It was Ingo who did it. The inventory list itself is false. Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes to question the veracity of this document? That would be... something about the inventory itself? It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted. Just to give everyone a quick look at it. Right at the top left. Name, Ingo. Ingo wrote it. And if he's the murderer, he had reason to falsify it. Ho ho! You can't just go around making such general statements to friends. Or not, what exactly about the inventory makes the subject? Oh, I love this little PNG, like this little JPEG of Link's head. Oh, that's great. Okay, but anyways, the name, Ingo. Just look here. The one who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the accounts as part of his plan. Right. That doesn't matter. Yeah? How doesn't it matter? Martin could have left the ranch. Okay, let's press this. What you go up and able to just throw the item out over the fence? Ah, obviously we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere. This is the most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave? Milk shipments. Let's go. We finally get to bring the milk shipments in. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk? Burning things was also mentioned. Yes, but how are you gonna burn metal? Like, if you try to melt it down, it would just... Like, even if you could get metal melted down, it would cool down and reform, and that would be, like, a very suspicious pool of metal. You know, a disc of metal on the ground. Like, preposterous. Have you forgotten that shipments have been checked by the Sheikah Force before they're allowed to leave? That's true, but there was places Sheikah could have overlooked. What internets are you babbling about? We're talking about bog shatter crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon?
Simple. They overlooked. Wait. I would say the contents of the bottles, but hang on. I'm gonna think about this. Is there anything in here? A knife. A knife could fit in the bottle. Let me also think about this logically. The contents of the crates, I don't think that's right, because they did check the crates. The contents of the bottles would be more right, because the milk was watered down. The crates themselves? I don't think they could have been the murder weapons, but that's a good second pick here. If I mess up this, I still have 3 lives, so it's fine. I got it right though. There's one place inside the crate that she could have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments.
Not ruining the shipments.
Ah. That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search.
That does seem plausible. Now wait just a moment.
I reckon if I was gone, open the milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed. Someone would have reported it. It's press. Oh, but it got shipped to the wrong place. Yeah. How can you be so sure?
Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All the shipments have most certainly been completely used up right now. Someone drinking from the bottle would have found it for sure. Choked on it, even if they took too large a swig. It would be a huge scandal.
Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. One of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. I love... You'd be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened to being pressed. What? No! Indeed. If you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. Now, that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on his game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell.
I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately.
Argument complete. Oh, it gave me your health back. Nice. This is slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a lame-up, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead? The inheritance is the last piece of evidence we have in. Ready? Well, aside from the attorney's badge, but you know, that's
standard fare in attorney games to have that be in the court record. It'd be fun if they found a use for it, though. The motive. That's simple. Why? I'm surprised you're even asking about it. This evidence easy explains your motive. Inheritance document. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the testator's death, his daughter Milan of Milan Ranch will inherit the ranch. Unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. Ah! Yep. What? You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Milan for the crime as well, though you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day, and give you an alibi so that Malon would be the only possible culprit. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malon would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No, no, no! What are you talking about? Talon signed the ranch over to me. Preposterous! Did he really not know? Oh. I guess it was Jagmar who procured the actual document. Your Honor. What is it, soldier? Box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something awry with it on their own. Box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver our message. Well, well, well. Let's see for ourselves then, shall we? Part of the shipment that proves my case is... Oh boy! I wonder what it is! It couldn't be this mysterious red splotch. Oh. Oh, that's a nasty looking knife. Oh, dang. Here it is. From the bottle, it's a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could the Sheikah idiot have missed this? Here the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. Oh, I've had it. Fine, fine. You wanna know why? Wanna know why I really killed that scumbag? Oh, you're just admitting it. Nice. No. No! What are you? No, so you admit it? Yes, yes, I admit it. What would you do if, one day, after years of backbreaking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish, without a reason, fired, farewell, we don't need you anymore? Oh. He was fired. Oh. What? That doesn't make any sense. Oh no, don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returned back from the day's spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Talon and Talon are talking behind my back. Oh, you misheard. Frick. I heard it all. We'll let him go off to the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. Ah, you should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. Oh yes, Melon. I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserves it. I love the... Fantastic. Order. The witness will cease his boasting over a terrible deed. Yeah, the document, the inheritance document kind of disproves what Ingo's saying. Like, just the fact that
The deed. Oh, wait, but the remaining employees. Oh, that could be. That wording. Anyways.
I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away.
Hold it. Oh, yeah, hold it. Wait just a moment. Go. Yes, girl? Want to apologize for what you've done? Apologize? Me? You're horrible! We weren't planning to fire at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? Oh dear. Oh my gosh. We've had so much work recently. Oh my gosh, we're getting a flashback.
Well, you know how it goes with the world visits.
Busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in top shape. Don't worry so much about old Ingle, though. He's been complaining about his back recently.
Take a step back and relax him.
Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation?
Now, there's an idea. It'd do him good to just get out for a while. I'll just go sit with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him.
Oh dear. They were gonna let him go for a vacation. That's... You were planning what? A vacation for me? And I did. No! No, it can't be so. Oh my god. Yep. Please say it isn't so. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, you get a breakdown. You get a full breakdown. You get a full breakdown. He gets attacked by cuckoos. Oh, this is fantastic. I love it.
We have witnessed today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable.
Colin was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at his ranch, but all across Hyrule.
The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him. An utter idiot, dressed like a...
Hey, I take offense to that. I don't want to be compared to Ingo. Really laying into it. But he's just upset because he lost. Probably, yeah.
Prosecutors rant aside, I think it is time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you have found yourself in. I'm very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend.
Yeah! I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Aw, thanks.
Now then, without further ado. In the name of Goddess Hylia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find the Milan of Lon Ranch
Not guilty.
Yay! Court is adjourned.
Yay! March 17th, 12:32 p.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Defendant lobby number 3. We did it! I suppose so. Oh, you really said. I guess Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? I don't think I could ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. Really, though, you shouldn't think about that for now. You're free. It's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through, says Detective Impa. Let's go. Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really. So, thank you. Now, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Huh? Princess Zelda. Yeah! Your Highness, I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. What strings did Impa have to pull to get her here? But I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There is no need to bow. Not after what I have done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury's, pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. Yeah. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I was condemned an innocent person to prison. Yes, there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over here finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about. Bottle. The bottle! Well, it's true. Without this, and without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. And, really, your obviously false testimony helped us to... Ouch! But just stepped on my foot. She brought out her knife. What are you talking about, stepped on your foot? She stabbed you. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Milan isn't too upset. Well, sure?
Pen Hut! We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately.
Just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now, then, listen to me. I know that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. What? Is the king going to scold her? At the very least.
Uh-oh.
Now then.
Gonna throw her in a dungeon for the day.
My duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I'll be able to rely on you in the future court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell. Uh-oh.
You!
Uh-oh. Hello! Nice day we're having, isn't it?
Tell me, now, where'd that blasted detective go? Got my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies.
Dramatic much? He looks about ready to burst from anger. Don't be such a sore loser. You lost. Deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad? Thumbs down.
Yes, I suppose there's some worth
Huh?
What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolence. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them.
I suppose there is some truth to what he said.
Speaking of the trajectory, it appears she had fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she suffered for generations. It's kind of funny that you're aiming that at Impa rather than Link. So that's kind of, yeah. Well, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blamed. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too. Get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. That's the spirit, I believe in you. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Yeah, don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. So ended a very personal. Felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Milan continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I found myself smack dab in the middle. But that's a legend for another. Hero of Law! Yes! Oh, that was fantastic. I hecking loved that. Oh, that was so good. That was so freaking good. I loved it. The music was godlike. Remixes of all the Ocarina of Time tunes, but made to be more like Ace Attorney-like, was great. All the poses they gave to Ganondorf were fantastic. Link having all the Phoenix Ray poses was just brilliant. All the little nods to the game was fantastic. And the redesign for Impa was just absolutely amazing. I find it fascinating how the Yuki from Spirit Tracks? Or was it Phantom Hourglass? From the DS Zeldas. Sorry, I got distracted by that. Oh, there's Ingo in prison. Oh, poor Ingo at this point. Such a broken man. Granted, he shouldn't have killed at all, ever. But the fact that he killed over a misunderstanding, and he was really loved and appreciated, just has to hurt so much. Hecking Ganondorf rocking out on the organ. Let's go. So the next Princess of Zelda. Oh, getting scolded, yeah. That's what the shaking of the screen is. Yep. But the Princess Zelda, after the one presumably Link's age, died. Just frick. Detective Impa. With the cat! Yeah, let's go. Are they gonna show the grave of, like... Oh my gosh, they are showing the grave of Talon.
Oh, are they gonna like show the picture there? No, there's no picture there. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Oh, that was a phase. That was amazing. That was amazing. I loved that so much. That was fantastic. Oh. Is there anything else, or is that the end? Scene select now unlocked. Extra 1 is now unlocked. Okay. Extra 1. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Oh my god! Hi, Trashy. How are you doing? We're playing Super. Hi, Trashy. How are you doing? I just got done with Hero of Law, and now I'm playing the extra of, like, Super Talon Brothers. All hail your beautiful, adorable, pheromonal space raccoon princess. Yeah! That was for him. You're gonna have to raid and run. I mean, fair enough. I was planning on, like, finishing up soon. I'll go for another half an hour. You love me? Yeah. Right back at you, Trashy. Hey. You know, I want to be able to make it past this next jump. This has to be possible, right? Oh, I can run! It didn't help me survive. Yeah. Oh. How's that to do that? Ah, I just hold down. Okay. Let's see, do I want to raid right as I was raided into? I did just finish the game. I mean, actually, you know, I'm gonna try one more time. And then, why don't I give raiders, like... I'll give raiders a little, like, sneak peek of what I've been playing. I've been playing Hero of Law. Let's see. There we go. Here's a scene that you're gonna see. Just to be able to get a sense of like, oh, I should convince people to play this game. Right? Or trashy because it's funny. I'll be back it all for next action. Or for quick ruling. Yeah. No, I can explain it, but in fact, I guess you try to get a bad outcome to the trial. Oh. Ah! Oh yeah, I guess I could skip. Yeah. The attorney badge. Feels everything. This feels absolutely nothing. Are you sure? Everyone is rather convinced, I think. Let's grab the wrong piece of evidence. Naturally, perhaps this penalty will help you pick the right one. How about... So we use this to dispose of them! The attorney badge! I want to see what guilty does. Use this to dispose of them. The attorney badge. Just everything. It's absolutely nothing. Are you sure? Everyone is rather convinced. Let's grab the wrong piece of evidence. Okay, okay. I must be right. Naturally, Ingle couldn't. And so he used this to dispose of them. He used he used the milk. There's everything. Absolutely nothing. Are you sure? Here's the thing. I must have got the wrong piece of evidence. Naturally, press this penalty help you pick the right one. Okay, okay, so it's not the milk. It could be wait a second. We got raided by Trashy. Do you know what that means? That means we must believe in Trashy and the Trashy milk. It reveals everything. Fuck. I must have grabbed the wrong piece of evidence. That is enough. I feel I've seen enough to announce the verdict at this time. The defense has failed to establish a likely alternative scenario to the one presented by the prosecution. As such, I pronounce Balon of Lon Lon Ranch guilty. The defendant shall submit herself to the king to have her fate decided. This court is adjourned. It is way to get them to look at the returned milk crate, but not be expecting what was in there. I do wonder. We try the last scene? Oh. There we go. Oh yeah, I am tired. But because Trashy rated in, I wanted to give you a sense of what I've been playing tonight, and it's been wonderful. Oh, it's been amazing. Wow. I have loved the heck out of it. Oh, and also, the VOD will be available on Twitch for the next month. But I will also upload it to the archive channel because we did play one single game the entire way through, and I tend to like uploading those VODs to like YouTube. So, yeah. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing something silly could happen. Like Sunday. Well, I'll be doing games which show, and you can decide what game I play by spending public imagination points, which you see in the bottom left, or your own personal, like channel points. The reason those points at the bottom left exist is because if you don't have enough channel points, you can still participate and do things. Yeah? Anyways, I am looking around and being like, who do I raid? And I'm like, there are a few people I would like to raid. I check someone, and I'm like, what about this person? They're immediately raiding out, and I'm like, frick. Frick, hecky, frick. Anyways, the raid message should be, as is obvious, the objection! Permission to copy that message, paste it, put whatever emotes you want in the beginning and end of it. He will be raiding one of the only people I follow who is like live right now, which is going to be Fina2112. She is currently playing Silk Song. So, he's going to always be awesome, always be kind, keep observing. Thank you so much for watching. It means a lot to me. Now, go! The objection! Ah!